why. I don't know why, but for some
Tell me
reason,
why.
I don't know why, but every time I try to get this epic music to do what I want it to do, it do what it want to do. Ah, you know what? I
Yep.
think I see what the issue is. I see what the issue is. Hold on.
Is it me? It usually is.
It's the fact that I still had it in studio mode and didn't realize it. So when I went to go switch over, it didn't actually switch over. It just the studio, like the preview mode, switched over, but nothing else did. Yeah, hey, we started at 8:04, man. I call this a fucking victory.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
But we
hi.
don't we don't have a Sirenscape up.
No, I can't launch that until I get Fantasy Grounds up,
No. No.
because then I got to do the thing. But hey, what's up, everybody? Happy Friday. Episode 4, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Episode 4, Adventures from Amethil. Um, got a lot of stuff to go over from last week, I feel. Who wants to do the recap?
I can do it.
Perfect. Megan, take it away.
Okay. So, the session starts with us awakening from another shared experience in which the primordial malevolence refers to us as the last of the abyss kissed and shows us the birth of good and evil. We wake to find it being nighttime, despite in the dream having woke up in the morning and watched a meteor egg thing hit the ground with two identical twin babies in it. Of, one with red skin and white eyes, and pale skin and blue eyes, but nonetheless, we wake up. It's now nighttime, and we're immediately trying to figure out what just happened and how much time has passed, or if time has passed. Nell what immediately runs over to where this meteor had crashed and is able to find that there is a divot in the ground, but no burning or scorch marks, and the earth isn't disturbed. And it's very clear this happened a long time ago. When viewing it through um, Detect Good and Evil, it is very strong presence of both, but no clear direction of either. Just the meeting of two rivers of the two, showing almost the grayness of morality. There is a brief discussion among them as they basically go, "Yep, that we all saw the exact same thing." And then we pick up the sending stone and send a message to our good friend Quillwise, in which we ask, "How long has it been since the last time we spoke to you through the sending stone?" And he tells us that it was the previous day's morning. Now, when we had woken up from when we had originally woken up from, nope, nope, pause, rewind. The previous time we had had a dream interaction, we had called him up and let him know what we had experienced, and then we were told that this had been a day and a half. It was the next evening from the last time we had spoke to him, which means that we were out for that long. No, it wasn't a previous dream. Sorry. We're going to retcon that. We had spoken to him when we had woken up that morning, and then suddenly had all of the things seeming like there was the meteor crashing. We explained to him what we had seen, and he's again shuffling through the writings of the Archlich to say that it's all very familiar, as the Archlich refers to that the birthplace of good and evil of all is right there in Amethil, according to the Archlich. And we start theory crafting about what this primordial malevolence is doing, be it weaving us between planes, using chronomancy. All sorts of theories fly of what could possibly be happening. But from what Quillwise tells us, the source material he's telling us from this writings of this Archlich are from 5 different books. So our timeline doesn't seem to be in line with his, if it is in fact that we are experiencing these same events. This Archlich also had said that he slayed the last of the Abyss Kissed. And that brings to question whether or not we are these ones he slays, or if we are the rebirth of the Abyss Kissed. This is yet to be seen. After we finish theory crafting and basically getting ourselves all worked up, we head off to the small fishing village, which has no name, to the to the north of Elm Hollows. We say village, but it's really just like 4 buildings. We try to see if we can negotiate some form of advice of paying perhaps someone to ferry us across, and they're all like, no, we don't do that, and we all have things we need to do around here. If you want to buy a canoe, you can. And after trying our best and failing miserably,
Hmm.
the panic sets in for Nell as we board this damn canoe and start the 2-day paddling journey. After the first half doesn't go too badly, although Desmond is a little overdoing it and steering us one way, so Nell tries to start overcorrect, and he sees her going hard, so he goes harder. It's just a zigzag. It's fine. But once it's time to switch over to Thrain and Roderick rowing, and Desmond and Nell to rest, shortly after trying to relax and rest, right as the sun starts to meet the horizon and they are completely surrounded by water, Nell spots some form of a shadow moving quickly past, and very worriedly points it out to Thrain, who they just kind of gripped onto in surprise and fear of whatever was in this water. Thrain lights up the oar using his cantrip and dips it in. Whatever this is darts away to try not to be seen before grabbing the edge of the canoe and flipping us in. But we don't land in the water. We are now in the canoe, but in the middle of some desert badlands. As we're all trying to figure out what's happening, we start to notice that there is darkness creeping in. Desmond does some cool artificer shit and lights up a little bolt for his crossbow and fires it into the darkness. And we can see that there's just a crowd of bunch of humanoids, with also a much larger humanoid that is very much resembling the riders that were with the Beadrill in our session 1. And so, of course, we roll for initiative. As we're all trying to figure out what to do here, and some of us are starting to give up hope. As luck would have it, Nell ends up landing the finishing blow, or so we assume, on this rider, as he is much faster than the smaller humanoids charging us. And with him going down, we're suddenly gasping for air in the water with the canoe overturned. Conveniently, Desmond is poofing himself straight out of the water and on top of the canoe, which Thrain is trying to upright so that we can all get in it. Eventually, they get in, and Nell's thrashing and panicking in the water. Eventually, everyone's finally inside of the canoe. And once we're there and calmed down at least a tiny bit, we call up Quillwise, who we had also called up as soon as we got in the Badlands to see if were we in the same plane? Could he hear us? And all we got back was almost a chittering sound, which it turns out was just a broken up signal, because he could hear us, but not well, just going in and out through almost radio static, just as we were for him, just as we heard for him. Again, he starts mumbling and trying to go through books and such and figure out what could happen. When we end the call with him, Roderick asks the big questions of, do we want to play their game? And puts his pistol down in the center of the canoe, because they had to hand select us very clearly, worked hard to get the four of us to be these Abyss Kissed. After some bickering about not wanting to allow the others to do it if they were to make that choice, or whether or not it would be their choice, and how easy it would be for this primordial malevolence to get someone new to put in their place, they end up thinking that they didn't want to potentially pass this burden on to someone else, and that they were going to work through this to the end. But if for some reason it starts to seem like this thing is going to win in the end, and evil will prevail, we'll do what we need to do to stop their plans from continuing, be that ending our own lives or our friends. And as darkness falls around us, using the angle of the moon and how it's moving, Thrain ends up directing us towards where we're supposed to be heading, and we finally reach Sea Bluff, which, for those who don't know, isn't on the sea, because it's in a lake, and it's a large major trading port, and there's only really big ships that are going to be going for far, far away rides, and us in our canoe, which is definitely not going to be able to dock. So we have to basically beach the canoe. There's another small round of bickering as we discuss what to do with the canoe. In the end, Desmond does some magical tinkering on it to tell anyone who tries to take it that it's property of the Eclipsean Order, and they'll be pursued by Sea Buff law if they take it. It's about 3 a.m. Dark as can be, but we're finally on land. We get hailed over by a couple of guards who ask, why the Eclipsean Order are here, where we're going. We tell them that we need to see General Zahn, the leader of these Paladin. And after they ensure it isn't an emergency, we ask them to please direct us to an inn that's going to be quiet. And they do. And we get to sleep. We end up getting 2 rooms that each have 2 twin beds. And as Desmond goes to grab everyone some food real quick while everyone's settling in, and he calls up Quillwise to let him know we were safe. By the time he comes upstairs with the food, the other 3 are just passed out, exhausted. So he eats his food and leaves the food by his friends. And we all sleep. Sorry, it wasn't 3 a.m. when we got there. It was early morning when we arrived. And then when we sleep, we wake up at like 3 a.m. Eat our food and go, well, geez, it's very early. What we gotta do? Thrain has a good idea of trying to head to a church, but we don't really know the area, so we're downstairs eating food and end up talking to this very unapproachable looking orc who's working behind the counter at this inn, who first seems to give some tough lip about not being a tour guide, or rather, do I look like a tour guide to you? And then gives some very good and detailed information on what churches are in the area and how to get there. Turns out he is a tour guide, and he gets off at 7, and he invites us to perhaps join him later. We'll see if we do. And so we head on out to the church, the Omni Church, so it's one that any and all worshippers can go to worship whomever they do. Thrain and Nell go and pray to their respective gods, while Desmond and Roderick do. Honestly, I don't remember.
He's Verena.
Cookies.
Did you actually get the cookies? I thought we said that they weren't open until 6 or something. Okay, so you did get cookies.
No, they didn't get cookies.
They didn't get cookies.
They found a flyer for where a bakery is that said it didn't open till 9, and then a flyer for the Church of Reyna that was partially covered by that same ad for the grand reopening of the Church of Durian.
Yes. With all this noted, after all the information's gathered and the devoted worshippers say their part to their gods and get no response, as one would expect, they all end up meeting up again and deciding, well, since we can't really do anything about those cookies or much of anything else at this point, and that we may as well go try to speak to Zahn now. So we head on over, and the guard tells us, well, you're about to catch him before he usually does his morning training. Why don't you head on in? And there we see a very towering, strong black dragonborn who greets us and says that it is an honor to have the Eclipsian Order. And that is where we ended it.
Perfect. Thank you for that. You get yourself an inspiration that so far everyone who has gotten has not used.
Right. We would need combat for that.
You need combat to use your inspiration?
Yep.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm.
Also, you had combat.
Yes.
The last one was the first combat you actually had. What do you mean?
It was a dream. It didn't happen.
We don't know that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It very well could have happened, as we've discovered with these.
So we'll pick up from there in Sea Bluff with this map that is definitely the exact same map that I had last time. It was totally colored and everything last time. I didn't slack. But yeah, so you all are going inside of one of the private chambers inside of the keep at Sea Bluff, and you see Paladin Zahn standing there, or sitting rather, and he stands up and says, "It's an honor to have the Eclipsian Order here." And then he pauses for a moment and he watches, and you get this look on his face like he's expecting more people to be coming in than the four of you. And he tilts his head and he's, in all the years that I've known your order, I haven't really seen you traveling this light. I thought you all had some sort of a code about moving as one unit.
After much debate, it was agreed that small groups can be more beneficial for covering more ground for important messages.
Go ahead and give me a deception roll, please. He he looks at you for a moment without saying anything, and he says, "Under the right circumstances, I suppose that's true. So, my men tell me that you have something to speak with me about, but it's not an emergency. But yet you need to split your forces to be able to deliver this message. Please, everyone have a seat. Can I offer any of you any refreshments? Food, drink, wine?"
Water's fine.
I wouldn't mind a little wine.
He's looking at the other two. You don't say anything. After a second,
It's fine.
he nods to the paladin at the door. He's like, "Water for this one and some breakfast wine for this one."
Out of character. Man, breakfast wine sounds so bougie.
You have no idea. So he sits down, and you see him get a lot more relaxed and more casual. So, please tell me, what brings you all to Sea Bluff?
Well, first I must say, oh my god, there she is, Nori. He's getting the squirt bottle. He's taking it serious. Bring it back. First, I must tell you that it's an honor to meet you, Ron. I am now just introducing everyone, and this is Roderick, Thrain, and Desmond.
The honor is mine.
We come bearing a warning. One of an outside force. She just kind of looks around like I don't even know how to omit things and say the right things, and oh god, here we go.
Yeah, and at this point, he's sort of like sitting up straight now and like leaning on his arm.
Have you ever heard of Elm Hollow, the town across the lake?
Yes.
It's been completely demolished, destroyed by this being that Quillwise has identified as a Beadrill. Have you ever heard of them?
A Beadrill? No, I have not.
They are humanoids who have been stuffed with evil spirits, from my understanding. And they become extremely powerful for a bit of time. But then, eventually, the power consumes the host. And someone is creating them. Or something, rather.
How could a creature like this go unnoticed?
Well, as I said, they don't last long. They can take out for example, the of Elm Hollow, and was it mile and a half radius? Something like that?
It wasn't a mile and a half radius. That's how far it traveled.
Oh, it traveled a mile and a half after leaving Elm Hollow. And this was in an estimated 20 seconds. And then it was gone.
And then it was gone, as in.
It burns up. It's destroyed by its own power from within.
What purpose does this creature serve?
Destruction? Evil? I have. There's no clear reason to, or anything for whatever is creating them. Or rather, the one reporting so far. But if they can make one, they more than likely can make more.
And how did you all come to notice this Barradrill and still be able to be here and tell me about it?
Like most calls to the Eclipsean Order, it's usually a familiar that delivers the message of something going wrong. This one spoke of occult activity, and by the time we got there, it was just about fizzling out. So, we were just too late.
And if this is a tool built for destruction, who's the one doing the building of it?
We can't say for sure. It would seem that it is some primordial malevolence. Or so, again, this is all theory crafting by Quillwise. It's some being that was originally locked away before demons and fiends and all that began to roam the endless house. It's all very complex and hard to understand. I'm doing my best to explain it. I apologize.
No need to apologize. I'm just trying to wrap my mind around all this. So there's some force of destruction at play in Amethil. We don't know its motive. We don't know the culprit. We just know that it's bent on destruction. And have you all determined any reason of why Elm Hollows was the target?
It seemed as if it was the clergy of the local church that was the ones that were sacrificed to aid in the creation of this when we went investigated. So to be honest, I'm not sure.
Well, I appreciate the information. I'm a little surprised that you all decided to come to us. I know that you all had a very strict pact on remaining neutral.
And we intend to do so. We beg of you to allow us to use the teleporter so that we can continue to warn others.
I see. As you've given me the courtesy of this warning, I will do the same for you. I will order the teleporters be ready for you. Where are you trying to travel to?
She just kind of looks to the others like, where to first?
The farthest place for us would be Dumpton.
We don't have any connectors up that far north.
How far north do you go?
Officially, we don't. This would be as far north as we would allow travel. We had a connector in Isidel, but that hasn't been active in years. As of right now, the primary hubs are Durian and Sandscale. And Sandscale is always a bit iffy.
Do you know why Isadel is down, out of curiosity?
Officially, due to improper maintenance.
Officially. Understood.
And then the doors open up, and one of the paladin comes in with a tray of water, and then a fancy decanter with the wine in it.
All right. So, to the Dragon Sands or Durian? Or perhaps we're already this far north. Perhaps we should try to find some way to ride farther north, my friends. And then, perhaps once we're finished there, we can see if we can solve whatever problems at Isadel to teleport back and then move from there.
We can, if we have the ability to instantly get to two other locations and immediately pass on information rather than delaying that information and traveling north, I'd rather get as much info out as possible in as short a time as possible.
You're right, that is the wiser decision. I suppose I was just already thinking of north.
That does leave the entirety of northern Amethil in the dark on this matter, which can be problematic. So is arguments for both.
Are the other teleporters operational to travel here?
Yes,
Or is it only
all the transportation units are linked. They do have a cool off of a few hours, but between us, Durian, and Sandscale, we can instantly transport between them.
alright. What is it that makes the sand scale iffy? If I may?
Sandscale has become residence for the faction of independence that goes by the name of the people of Amethil. They see the use of the teleporter as a resource not available for everyone. And as such, they tend to frown upon us using it. We had a moment of disagreement between them where they deactivated their unit for a while. We've since worked through it, but relationships are not the best.
So, from what I'm hearing, it's probably best to travel to Durian first, and then Durian send us to Sandscale, so if Sandscale didn't want to continue us, we could just start walking from there.
The choice is yours, not mine.
Is this agreeable, my friends? Adam, you muted?
Desmond,
That's fine with me.
Yes.
Desmond nods.
Well, I will relay this information to my advisors. I'll make sure that we keep on the lookout for this Barradrill. I'll see if my researchers can come up with any information.
Anything. Thank you.
Pay extra mind to occult activity. Any rumors or back alley talk, it shouldn't be taken lightly at this point.
Understood.
Nor should fiendish activity.
His eyes just like burst in this like golden color, and he holds up his hand that just has like this aura visibly emanating off of it. I typically don't take the threat of fiends lightly regardless. And he like closes it and you see the aura go away. Believe me, we will act with diligence if we hear anything.
The people thank you.
He stands up. And how's Ilarion doing now? It's been years since we've had a proper spar.
It seems that if he doesn't have time to do much anymore, he's always working on something.
Give me a deception roll, please.
I'm having a hard time, Quill Eyes, keeping your secrets. No.
He stands up and he walks over and he grabs his sword and he walks past you and he stops. That's the burden of leadership. You rarely have time for anything outside of it. Give him my regards. He's a good friend.
I will.
And he starts walking out, and like as he's walking, you start hearing this like commotion break out in the hallway. So he sheaths his sword real quick, and he starts walking. And you just see him like kind of dart out into the hall to your guys' right.
Girl, what are you doing?
He got the cat.
Man, having a character that talks so much really made my food get cold. Rain, take over being the talker for a minute. I'm hungry.
So, he's already walked out, right?
Yep, he walked out to the right because there's commotion.
Okay. Should we start heading to the teleporter?
Do we need supplies?
Nell's kind of looking at you guys, then looking back at where the commotion was, like, should we not assist?
Okay, what? Going over. I don't want to intervene too much or step on any toes here. But I'm willing to go.
At least see if everything's all right.
Yeah. I'll get up and start walking.
Mm-hmm.
As you all walk into the hallway, you just catch this scene down the way back towards like the main thoroughway, and you see Paladin Zahn holding a human child by the back of his shirt up in the air as this kid is just like kicking and screaming.
I think they got it covered.
We gotta go that way anyways, don't we?
Yeah. Well, you don't have to,
I'll
I
say-
guess, but
I'll say that in character. We gotta go that way anyways, don't we?
Yes.
Yeah.
and as you all start walking up, you're just hearing them like, you know, how many times do we have to tell you? Stop littering our boards with this information.
Can we see the board?
No. Give me a perception check. You can see that in the opposite hand that he's holding the kid up, that he has one of those flyers for the grand reopening of the Church of Durian crumbled up in his hand as he's holding the kid up.
Nell just dismissive shakes her head and continues on past. 'Cause, this would be... Seems like getting directly in the middle of two factions in the heart of their factions. And so therefore, that would be picking a side? Or is it picking a side to not help?
Ain't
Yeah.
seen shit.
At this point, we are firmly on Paladin Zahn's grounds. Very firmly there.
And we still need access to these teleporters, so we really should just keep quiet and let this
Mhm.
be between their factions.
As you guys walk by, he's like scolding this kid, and then he like turns and he looks at you, and he gives you a smile and a nod.
I love him.
Smile, nod, and return, and just keep on walking.
He waves with the kid.
As you start getting a little bit further down the hall, he yells out, "At the main gates, right outside the keep. Ask for my advisor Tulo. He can help you with getting wherever you need to go."
Should we take that one with us? Send him straight home?
He like brings the kid close to his face. Like, should we? Should we let you go with them? Or should we throw you in a cell for the night?
He's just a
Stop
boy, Zahn.
leaving your garbage here. And he like tosses him, like not like throws, but he kind of like a couple feet away.
Just shoves him, really.
No,
God.
he's fully in the
Toss
air
me.
the whole time. It's definitely a toss.
Oh my god.
The kid like hits his ground on his feet and he like stumbles a little bit, and he like runs over to you and he like hides behind you.
No, you're walking up front. You don't get to hide.
How old is this kid?
He probably looks like he's in like maybe his like preteens.
Okay.
You don't get to hide.
Are you from Durian?
Yeah, from the outskirts of it.
I'm from Durian too. There's not like named little sections of town or any shits, are there? I don't know how to.
I mean, there are the different borough names.
I don't know them. I should know, as my character has lived there for 100+ years.
Yeah. I mean, you can just say, you tell them the borough that you're from.
Yeah.
And the kid's like trying to play it off, like play it tough, but you can see like the tear stains on his face. His cheeks are all flush. He's like, so what are you doing here with these people then?
Well, I'm a member of the Eclipsean Order, and we're all about trying to make sure that there's peace among the land. And sometimes that sends you far away from home. But we're headed back to Durian now.
He's like,
Can I ask why you're posting the flyers? You specifically?
because I was paid to.
Are there any more of you?
Yeah. There's a lot of us who were sent out to promote the grand opening of the church. It's a big deal and Josiah wanted to make sure that everybody in Amethil knew about it.
Are you the youngest among those who were sent out?
I don't know.
Did you see the others that got sent out?
Yeah, there were a lot of people.
A lot of people, not just kids, though, right?
I mean, a lot of them were kids.
Okay.
We were told that we would be able to make more money doing this than we would from just normal jobs around the city.
Do you not have a mother that provides for you that would be working these jobs?
No, I got a ma and I got a pa, and they both work, but this would be like me showing them that I can do it too.
Do they know you left?
Yes.
What's your name, buddy?
It's Timothy Ryland.
Okay. Surround. We will ensure you get home safely. You can show your mom how good you did.
And the whole time you guys are talking, he's like looking back over his shoulder until you guys like get far enough away from Paladin's on.
Mm-hmm. And
You
we
thought-
had to go see, what was his name? I don't know what you said, but my brain went straight to Tulio and Miguel and Tulio, so I'm sure it's a Tulu something.
Too low.
Tulo.
Yeah, so I mean, as you guys get to like the main foyer of the keep, that's where the advisor was at.
Mm-hmm.
So he like he's expecting you all as you're walking up. Like, so are you staying here for a while before leaving, or?
We're looking to leave as soon as possible.
And you'll be taking this miscreant with you?
Yes, we're going to take Tim home.
His name matters not to me.
He's still a resident of Amethil, and so it should.
You're welcome to your own opinion.
She gives a polite nod and then just, gestures for them to lead on.
This room right here. This is where the translocator is. Just need a few moments to get it prepared and it'll be ready to go. Will it just be the 5 of you?
She looks down to Tim. Is there anybody else in this city that should be taken home, hon? No? Okay. Just the 5 of us.
Have any of you ever used a teleportation unit before?
Can't say I have.
No.
No.
Are any of you easily sickened by fast movement and or waves?
Not that I'm aware of. Guess we'll find out.
Look at Timothy. You gonna be
He's just
good?
like- he's got the tough look on. He's good. Looking at all you all standing there in your armor and everything. Broadening up his shoulders as he talks. It's like, does
I can
anyone
convert
have
him.
any loose teeth or recently fractured bones?
Not recently.
No, definitely not recently.
Not that I haven't been properly magically healed.
Well, just know that you're only lying to yourself if you're lying to me. And he walks away and he goes into the room and you see him pull out a medallion and he puts it in this device and he turns it and all of a sudden this large ring that's like brass and silver begins to hum, and all of a sudden you see this like bright purple light start shining through it, and then after a few moments you see this image just sort of like it starts off as just a small little beam and it just kind of opens up, and all of a sudden you're seeing inside this other room, and you see someone on the other side standing there in armor, full plate armor that has like this blue inlay to it, and the image is sort of like wishy, like with an iridescence of like purple kind of sheen over it, and he says, "We here at Castle Durian welcome you," and he ushers you all in.
Nell has a hand on Timothy's shoulder as we move so he doesn't get lost or run off.
All right, are you like pushing him through first or anything?
I mean,
Is this safe?
going in with him at the same rate.
Okay. All right. Everybody go ahead and give me a Constitution save, please. DC is 10.
I can drink. Can't teleport.
Sorry. I'm working on it.
Yeah, Desmond takes an exceptionally long time to walk through as he's
Killing it.
inspecting the teleporter. Like, try to look at this device before he walks through it.
Sure. Give me an investigation roll if you want to see what you can discern about it within that time.
Damn.
He knows.
And before we go any further with this, Megan, did you want to use that
Yeah.
that inspiration?
Listen, I think it'd be hilarious if I threw up on Timmy.
True.
Okay.
But yes, I'll use the inspiration.
I mean, you don't need to. I'm asking you.
Boo.
I'm trying to look good here. I don't need to be looking sloppy in front of fucking Josiah. I don't need him thinking I have weaknesses. I don't want this man to think that he has anything above me. Hell no. I'm not coming in smelling like vomit.
That's a lot right there. Uh,
But did Timmy puke?
Oh,
Timmy!
Be there with him, don't worry.
all right. I'm gonna do this because what it says doesn't actually matter. Okay. For Thrain, a recent injury that you had, as you walk through, you can feel on the site of that injury, you can feel it sort of, almost like if you're wearing like too tight of clothes and like you have a cut and you like move wrong and you feel it kind of open that cut. You feel a recent injury reopen as you walk through the teleporter. For any sort of roles where you have to do a con save, if you roll less than a 7, it will be treated like a nat 1.
Understood.
For how long?
that's it. That's his character now.
Yeah, that's just him.
Don't fuck up.
Will guidance help that? So say I roll like a 6 and get a 2 on guidance.
Oh yeah,
Make
yeah. As
me
long
an
as the
8.
total roll is over 7,
Okay.
you're good.
Okay.
And as Timmy walks in, he immediately clutches his ribs. And
Let
Nell
me
doesn't
guess.
know
You
that
got
now.
into a fight recently.
And when Timmy walks through, he clutches his ribs, just so you know now. Yeah. So the two of you walk in, and you immediately like feel these effects happen as your body is essentially moved, dozens of miles in just a literal instant. And the knight is standing there, and he says, "Are you travelers or citizens?"
A little of both. Timothy and I are from here, and the rest of the Eclipsean Order that are with me are traveling.
And I hate to impose, but may I see your sigils for the Eclipsean Order, please?
They
Like,
should.
tabards are on us actively.
Oh, you guys are wearing them? Okay.
Yeah.
We wore them to Cezanne.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nell just kind of looks down and then like points her shield toward their shield towards him more like,
I understand it's a formality that I have to do. And the two of you that are citizens, can I please see your proof of citizenship? Which is something that you would have now that some, whether you keep it with you or not, it's up to you, but...
I'm sure that they'd have their identification on them at any point in time in case they needed to rush home to see their family.
So both of you show your documentation. And, well, welcome back home. For the rest of you, welcome to Durian. If this is your first time here, please be mindful of the laws. Also be aware that in 2 days, the Church of Durian is going to be reopening, which means that we are going to have a lot more foot traffic here than usual, which means that the guards will more than likely be on edge more than normal. So please mind yourselves here.
Understood.
Is there any local laws that would differ from the typical laws of the land?
What do you mean?
I know this is a very religious-based city. I didn't know if there was anything else we should know as outsiders. But I guess the two of them could probably tell us. That's,
If there's ever any questions you have, feel free to stop any of the guards to ask. But for the most part, we allow any sort of open worship that you want. Though obviously the Church of Durian is our primary sake of religion here. With the rebuilding of the caste system within the walls of the city, just be mindful that any counter religions will likely be frowned upon.
Understood. And now, unfortunately, our main reason of being here is do we talk to you, or is there someone else we need to talk to about setting up a meeting with Josiah?
He chuckles. He's like, well, I mean, as I mentioned, the Church of Durian will be opening back up in 2 days, so Josiah is very busy right now.
We are an official business.
I see. I will pass on word that you're looking for him. Please have a stay at the Grandeur. I will set up a room for you all. And if he is able to meet with you, I will have him send word there. Now, if you would all please, I will escort you off the premise.
I'll follow him.
All right, and
Nell just kind of like puts up one finger real quick and just gets down on one knee to Timmy and goes, "You should have warned us about it, but it's okay. I can help." And she uses lay on hands. They use lay on hands to try to heal whatever is hurting him.
yes, you do the lay on hands, and afterwards, like right when you move your hand off his ribs, he's like, it's still real tender.
It's okay. We'll make sure you make it home, and then your mother can take care of you and your father.
All right, and
I'm sorry.
you good?
I just the little circle icon of myself again. I was like, I wonder if I can drag this and drop it on an image. And I didn't think I'd actually be able to, and now I am West Durian.
I mean, I dragged you there. So I don't know if we did it at the same time, but I put you there.
The giant one?
On the world map
Oh,
or Amethil map.
no. That I didn't see, because I have the map that we're on open.
See, I didn't even see the message show up that you sent, the smaller one, so...
But yeah, I guess you can. I will make sure that doesn't happen again.
But... Well, your map's gray.
Got him.
It's sepia, actually.
Well, do have him know that it is urgent.
We will definitely let him know that you are on official business and that it is urgent.
Thank you.
Yeah, and then he sort of escorts you all through the courtyard, through the front gates, and then essentially stops at the castle entrance. And it's like, I assume that you know your way from here.
She looks down to Timmy. Do you know how to get home from here? Will you be able to lead us to your home?
He's like, I'm not a baby. Yeah.
I know you're not a baby, but it's a big city. I just wanted to be sure.
He's like, I got this. I'm good. Thank you. I'm going to stop by the church first.
Timothy. And Desmond like leans down. What you did, going to Sea Bluff, getting the money on your own. I didn't have the courage to do that at your age. I am very impressed. You should be proud of yourself.
He like stands up straight when you say it. He like nods and he like smiles a little bit, and then he like kind of just walks away with his head up.
They'll just kind of like look to the others and like head gesture, like we should make sure he gets home. Like I don't trust him to not be like, send me out on another mission, boss.
Is that really our job, though? We said we'd bring him back.
We said we'd escort him home.
The kid's trying to be a grown-up. He's trying to earn his keep. Don't squander his attempts by babying him.
I'm not attempting to baby him. I want him to go home because I don't exactly believe that his parents know what he's been doing. And I just want to ensure that he does reunite with them so that they can take the proper measures that they wish to do with their own child.
If you believe that this is necessary, I won't stop you, but that child and his family are no importance of me, so I have other matters to attend to in town.
Nell just smiles and nods, and any of you are welcome to join me, but I'm just gonna make sure he gets home safe. I know where to find you all if none of you do, because, well, we know where our room is. We know where we would be meeting with Josiah.
Let's go over Roderick. You gonna go with them? Or stay here?
I mean,
The-
I believe splitting up is probably not for the best, but if anything, we'll go 2 and 2 if both of you are convinced of what you need to do right now.
Nell's
I'm
already
o-
starting to make their way to follow the boy before they lose sight of him.
I'm okay with doing either. My line of thinking was saying I don't want to split up too much. I don't have anything important to do.
If that's the consensus, I'll stay with the group until this matter is complete.
I think that would be best, and then we'll go and take care of your business with you afterwards.
All right.
All right, now rush to catch up.
All right, so as you guys finish chatting, you see that like Timothy's already like made it like a couple dozen feet down the road, and he's just walking straight forward. So it's fairly clear from where you guys are standing, like where the Church of Durian is. It's like located center of the city, and it's a huge, like like Gothic cathedral, like in the middle of the city. Its architecture differs from all the architecture around it. Even it's very grandiose and standoutish. Um, and yeah, he's walking in that direction. So you all, take off running for him. So besides Nell, has anybody else been to Durian before?
Nope.
Nope.
Okay. Um, so the things that you guys take notice of at first is like the castle itself is positioned up on like a plateau, and from the gates, as you were walking out, the gates slope down. From the mouth of the gates, you can like see basically the whole city. And as you walk down the sloped ramparts and make it out to the streets, uh, you just see like the city swallows you whole. Um, on your right, from where you're standing at right now, outside the gates, if you're facing the center city where the church is, you see the church. To your right, you see the large plateau and the castle walls, and the castle sort of sitting imposingly off to your right. To your left, you see these large guild halls and like very well maintained, wealthy looking buildings to your left. And as you're walking a little bit closer, making your way in towards the church, on the right hand side, you start seeing like a lot of the more moderate housing and just sort of sprawling homes as far as the eye can see out in one way. And then, like I said, large like guild halls and massive buildings off to your left. It sort of, again, it just imposes on you in the streets. Um, and as you start making your way closer to the church, you start hearing like the commotion, and you can see like a lot of movement, and you can tell things are being set up, people are moving things, um, and yeah. Do you guys plan on talking to Timmy or anything on the way there?
Um, yeah. Do plan on catching Timmy and not like catching him and stopping him or anything, just like, walking with him and being like, we're headed this direction too. Figured we could just, finish up the journey together. Maybe I'll say hello to your mother and make sure you're home safe.
He's like, oh, I'm gonna stop at the church and
That's
let them
fine.
know.
Let them know you made it back safe.
Yeah,
Okay.
you guys, you don't have to follow. Like, it's safe here. I'm good.
I I've lived here for over 100 years.
Kind of like looks at you like amazed.
She taps the tip of her pointy ears.
It's like, well, I mean, thanks for bringing me here.
Of course. I just want to make sure your mom knows how brave you've been.
He like chuckles and nods, and then as you guys get to the church, there's 2 guards posted outside, and as you're approaching, they're like, the church is not currently being used by the public. We are setting up for the event. And he's like, no, Josiah sent me to put some of the flyers up in Sea Bluff, and I'm just reporting back that I'm done. And then he's like, he nods, he's like, that's fine. And are they with you? And he sort of like looks back. He's like, no, I mean, they helped me get here, but no. And then the guard's like, sorry, I'm gonna have to ask you all to stay outside here.
All right. We'll wait for him here.
I'm gonna go run off and grab a guard real quick. I need to relay some information. I won't be long.
There's like 2 guards right in front of you.
Other guards.
Would you like someone with you so you're not alone?
No, I'm literally just gonna walk across the street and come back.
Okay.
So Timmy walks in and you see him disappear through the main entrance of the church. And yeah, Desmond, you see him walk down the street a little bit to find another guard. And like you could see the exchange happening like down the road. Everybody give me a perception check. Desmond, you don't have to, obviously, but...
Yep.
Oh!
I don't give a fuck what he doing.
I'm watching him.
Roger.
I'm watching him.
Roderick's minding his own business.
Exactly. I
wanna
heard
make
about
sure you
what
don't
goes
get
out
attacked.
in Durian.
So you could see so Roderick, you don't give a fuck. Now
Roderick's
Thrain,
taken aback by the city.
now Thrain, you see Desmond walk off and start talking to a guard. And Nell keeps like swiveling focus, like waiting to see if they can see Timothy coming outside and not wholly paying attention. Thrain, what you see is after the dialogue and exchange that the guard actually salutes Desmond and then walks away as Desmond walks back.
As Desmond's walking back, you'll see me staring at him with the questioning look.
No extra body required.
What's that all about?
With the plague doctors, I have to inform people when I arrive into a major city as this.
Any specific reason?
In case they need of my service.
Did you do this in Sea Bluff?
Sea Bluff looked more of a trading port rather than this being a major city.
Suspicious glance to Crane. The side eye they just gave each other, like, okay, Desmond. I feel like the both of them were just like,
X to doubt. Just doubt.
Roger's like, yeah.
Yeah, you see this church though?
See Roger just like, fuck this place. What the hell?
it is a shame we weren't able to go in since Timothy's apparently looking to speak directly with Josiah, who we are also looking to speak with.
Yeah.
Man,
We plan on waiting.
Yeah, as someone from a split family, I just want to make sure he gets home. No one deserves to lose their family.
why not pose as like some devout worshiper of whoever they worship here?
Yeah, who do they worship at the Church of Durian?
Yeah, who do they is the opposed religion that we need to like not bring up? Deer in headlights.
Give me a religion roll.
I mean, I'm assuming they're asking now, so me.
Yeah.
Yes. You've been here over 100 years.
One of the guys.
So now you know that, like, from the last time that you were here, it was like there was no official like religion in the city. The church was basically more of a like a relic. It was sort of like a hot spot that people would come, like when they came to the city they had to come see the church, but like there was really no use of it. And it was the Omni Church was the one that actually got more of the attention last time you were here. So now that they're actually like rebuilding this and everything, like something's changing with it, but it's not the same as it was last time you were here.
Well, I can tell you it's very, very different than it was about 2 months ago. There wasn't really an official religion or one that should be avoided being discussed last I was home.
I'm assuming asking who we should worship at this church is a little frowned upon.
Would it be frowned upon? Or is it more of... Or not to say that... should we ask that, or should we ask more of who shouldn't we worship?
I feel like it's more safe to just not bring up gods here. And the church wasn't really like... I don't know, it was more like a relic. Kind of like a tourist attraction previously.
I can see why. This building is beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, absolutely. Though recently it's become more of a hotspot for the the Church of Durian, the group as well. I guess they took it in their namesake. But I think it's something to do with like the previous ruler. I don't know. Maybe it's what they worshipped or something like that.
Why don't we go see if there's anyone, I don't know, peddling tours of the city, perhaps?
Or should we head to our room? So, or at least the inn.
I'll be waiting for Timmy to come back out.
How long are you gonna wait?
Nell's
How long
lead
have
up
you-
to an hour.
How long have we been waiting?
At this point, probably about 10-15 minutes.
Okay.
Desmond's gonna pull one of the flyers for the church out of his bag. Is there anything on like come here and worship this god?
No. So the flyer itself, it basically is saying, witness the rebirth of the Church of Durian, and it says on there, all religions welcome. Come see the what it says. Come see the conversion of beliefs. And the flyer itself is all blue, and you could see like a stencil of the church in white, and all of the text is written in white as well. And then it says hosted by at the bottom, and then you can see it's Josiah, and then there's like a list of a few other names underneath it that to most of you probably means nothing.
Desmond's gonna open his notebook and copy the names down from the flyer to his notebook. And while he has the book open, he's going to erase the image of the bakery that he magicked over.
It's rude.
I don't think we're gonna be needing that.
Mm-hmm. Do we want to wait around for this to happen? Or
Could be good information to have. See what it's all about and what this faction is fighting for or pushing their beliefs out towards.
yeah.
Access to the teleporter makes our travel a lot easier for the three factions on the southernmost Amethil. So we have a little bit of time to spare. No.
We should reach out to Quillwise. Let him know the situation where we're at, and that how we can't get to Numpton easily enough to make it viable at this time. And hopefully, maybe he can get a messenger. But I feel we should wait till we're in a more secure place instead of out in the open to have any discussions like that.
Right.
Agreed. Nell's going to walk back up to the guard, be like, do you know approximately how long something like this would take?
Something like what?
The boy reporting back.
Well, it depends. If he was given another job, then they could be discussing the details of it. He could have snuck out through the back.
Well, I glance at Nell when he says that. Like,
Kids will be kids. He'll be fine. He's safe within the city.
Well, if he does come back out, tell him to, travel safely.
Will do.
And Nell will turn back to the others and start walking. Shall we go to the inn we're supposed to be at?
Desmond, did you still need your business taken care of?
Yes, I just need to send a letter at the nearest Adventurers Guild.
Okay. We could probably stop by there on the way back to the room, right?
Right.
Would Nell know where this Adventurers Guild is to just lead him there? Possibly.
Nell would know that there is no like official adventurers guild in Durian. Or at least there wasn't 2 months ago.
As of 2 months ago, we didn't have an Adventurers Guild here.
Odd. Desmond will walk up to one of the guards then. Excuse me, sir.
Yes?
Is there an adventurers guild or some place that relays information between continents?
Not necessarily. We have courier systems that can deliver messages, but the Adventurers Guild here has been defunct for decades. Most adventuring information is passed directly through the Baron, the guard barracks for anything around here, and most of things outside the city walls we just hire out.
So there's no magical means of interaction between continents, at least in Durian?
We do have a mages guild that is able to do it, but those services are typically reserved for members.
That makes things more complicated. Okay. Thank you. Desmond will just walk back to the group.
oh,
Maybe I was wrong with thinking this was a major city in Amethil.
It is a major city. It's just a sheltered city. Nell's just going to turn and start walking to go around the building.
yeah, I'll follow. Nell knows where she's going.
Desmond don't know this place, so he's just gonna follow.
Mm-hmm.
um, Give me a perception or investigation roll now. You have a DC 18.
Sneaky little sucker.
You walk around, you don't see anything. I mean, you see that there's still traffic that's moving, like around the church, things being set up, banners being placed, but you don't see any sign of little Timothy.
With a sigh, they just continue fully going around and then just linking on down to the Grandel. Grandel! The Grandel!
The
The
Grandel.
Grandier.
The Grandel's the shitty little one in like the lower commons.
You don't want to go there.
Listen, okay, I'm clearly very good at the speaking.
How many hours you want a room for?
You can't handle the Grandel. Oh wait, no, you might be able to. You got that jar of mayonnaise.
You want to get in? The price is 1 gallon of mayonnaise.
Can you imagine?
Not a drop
Having
less.
Why do you need that much?
Everybody but Nell, give me a perception check.
Now he looking.
Oh, you watching where they're going.
Trust the streets.
Give me another 20, John. To see how good that was. Decent. So all three of you notice that, like, as you're walking, Nell just walks around the building. Then you end up right back where you started. And then, like, the building, like, if you're standing at the church and you look immediately to your left, you see this just nice fancy building that's like got like all these rounded like gold etched domes and like marble carved. That's the Grandier that you guys are staying at.
The Grandel.
And it's like immediately to like it's 100 feet to the left of where you were standing at this whole time before you walked around in a loop.
Oh. Okay.
I'm all for admiring the architecture.
And you guys rolled well enough that I'll say, are there any questions about the city that you may have that you want answered, that you could arguably have picked up on from taking the tour of the Central Circuit?
I just want to see if I could confirm east side is more upper class, then it gets lower as you go east. Or west.
So you'll notice that the southeast side is upper class for sure, and the southwest side appears to be the most lower class of all of it, and all the homes are actually separated by a small stone wall. Small, it's about 6 feet tall, but like compared to the city walls, it's smaller. The entire bottom left side of the map is essentially cut off from the central part by this wall. As you were walking around the middle looking up, you notice that there's a lot of like market stalls that are like lining the street, like the main street all the way out to the westmost exit. And then the northwestern side appeared to be like moderate homes, like your average everyday citizen. And then the northeastern part of it, it starts off with like moderate homes that look like they're newer, but you notice that like back off in the distance, like in the back part of it, that it seemed like they were more lower class. And what'd you roll, Desmond? 17. Some of the homes look like what you would probably attribute to like servants' quarters, um, in the far, like basically north east side. Roderick, any questions you have about the city?
Any sort of idols, statues, anything of note there?
The main thing that you've seen is there is a carved bust of Josiah Evangelical, um, in the main courtyard of uh, the church, um, and
I take it that's new.
it does look new, yes.
I like
And
his
you can
stuff.
and with your role, you notice that one of the buildings that you passed, just before you got to the church, on your left hand side, appeared to be like an artisan guild house. And you notice that they had large slabs of marble that they would typically be using to create like the marble statuettes or like busts, um, but they weren't finished yet. Thrain.
How busy is it in the
Very.
center? So, very. What are people's reactions, or how are they? Are they looking at the church in like anticipation, or is it more? It's there.
Give me an insight roll.
Oh. Yeah.
Um, you get the impression that most of the people that are hustling and bustling around the church itself are very, um, they're they're very stressed, and a lot of them seem like they don't want to be there. Um, but everybody seems to be just hustling, bustling. Everybody's working on 10 at all times. And then comparatively to around the city, like the city itself is busy. I mean, it is a very large city, um, but the concentration of movement and work in the center is definitely much greater than what you've seen on the streets when you did your loop de loop around the circuit.
And do I see people bringing stuff in and out of the church, or is it nobody's going in at all?
There are people going in and out, but only from that main entrance that you guys were standing by.
Yeah. Were they carrying anything?
Oh yeah, most of them were.
Okay.
Yeah, most people are carrying either like large rolls of cloth or boxes, or like you could tell that they're basically everybody in and out of here is working.
Great.
Yeah. So you all get to the Grandier, and as you walk into the lobby, there's an elf that's at the desk, and he says, "Ah, they sent word that we would have Eclipsean Order staying with us, and I was told that your room has been comped. I have 2 rooms, each with 2 twin-sized beds in it. Do you have any belongings that you wish for us to carry for you?"
I don't. We usually travel light enough where everything we have goes with us at all times. Usually.
No. Follow me this way, and I will lead you to your room.
Okay.
And yep, and he walks He walks you down this long hallway, and this place is very very upscale, marble floors, very tidy. Um, and you have rooms that are across the hall from one another. So he shows you the two rooms, gives you your keys, and he says, if you need anything, please do not hesitate to reach out.
Thank you for your hospitality.
And then I take it there's a restaurant downstairs, like restaurant like an inn.
Yeah, they
Or
have like an
yeah,
attached eatery here, yeah.
perfect. Should we go sit down, eat a little bit?
Yeah, I don't think we've had a proper breakfast, let alone a lunch.
Yeah.
Perhaps glance at the menu prices before doing so.
Not the worst idea.
Is there any place where we're able to look at the menu without like going and sitting down and being handed one, so we can just like glance over and see if yes, is this what I desire to have?
I mean, so like in the eatery itself, they have like a large board in the back with like the daily specials and everything like written on it, depending on what you're looking for. But in this area here, Nell, you would know that like this is a pricier area just in general of the city. Um, so typically the prices of food here are around 3 to 5 times what a similar meal might cost in like the lesser areas of it.
So if you're hungry, I can certainly take you further north to get you better food for less money. But the Grandier as well. Grandier in price for many things.
I love to eat, but at the same time, I would like to be here in case Josiah comes looking or sends a word for us. I believe we have some rations left that I'm okay with eating.
I'm not telling you you can't eat here. Just know that you're going to be spending a good deal of money.
That's why I was thinking about some rations up in
Where's
the
the
room.
like the big city place that only insiders know about, that the food is like super greasy? Like that's what I want right now.
Oh, I can get you there.
Perfect.
I'll look at Desmond. So, staying here, or are we going out for some food?
I like the idea of staying here in case Josiah has time opened up, but if we're sticking together throughout the city, I have no objections of leaving.
We
Get some
could,
food then.
yeah, I'm about to say we could wait here at the very least for a few hours, but I doubt he would have availability open up right away. He's apparently a very busy man.
Yeah. How have we dealt with any of his higher staff in any of our official business?
Not likely. So one thing about like the Church of Durian or the Queen's Grace group itself is it's it's mostly contained within the walls. Like Durian has such a large population that Josiah has figured out that he can sort of cornerstone a market right in his own backyard, and he can get enough buy-in and whatnot from the people of Durian to a show his worth to outside eyes by like, hey, if everybody in the city is looking at him and seeking him out as like a figure of power in a time like this, that maybe we should too. But most of all of their doings are within the city walls.
Yeah. We are human, so we do need to eat.
You're a
You would
human?
understand, I hope.
What?
You're the shortest human I've ever seen.
We are living beings.
Mortals?
Mortal, thank you.
Humanoids requiring food?
Yeah, that word.
Are we?
I don't know about you. We've never seen your face.
We've seen you eat. So I would assume you need food, but I'm not going to assume more than I have to.
Let's go get some food then.
So, Nell, depending on where you're taking them, if you're trying to meet Roderick's request, it'd probably be somewhere in the lower commons, which is that bottom left-hand quadrant.
Oh, yes. I already selected a random building that is the building.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, so, who all's going?
We're headed.
Who's staying?
I believe all of us are going.
Yeah, I think we're all going.
Okay. So as you all are following Nell out, Nell would take you out of the building to the left. You would all follow that long wall down the southern pass until you get to this opening. And in this opening, which I'm going to move you around here real quick. So this opening right here that you guys would get to, let me do this, and I think I can go like this, and it worked. So as you get to this opening, you can see that like the nice cobble streets that you've been walking on, it starts to gradient off into just this muddy foothold off to your right. And as you look further down, you can actually see that like the street like sort of cuts down on an angle, and from where you're standing at, you all can see the tops of the buildings in the center of the lower commons, as it's sort of built on almost like this spiraling ringlet, where each layer is just a little bit further down from the next one. And you notice that like the people that you see here are definitely dressed more common, what you would probably associate with like poorer attire. But yeah, but Nell is just headstrong walking through, and takes you down the street to this building where there's an entrance in an alley.
Before we get there,
Sure.
before we actually drop down into lower commons, should we take our tabards off for this?
I mean,
Just so
supposed
we don't stand
Plutonius would
out.
be on official business here. No.
Yeah.
I mean, we're going to stand out regardless. It's not like we're in armor.
Yeah, but
I
less
understand.
attention right now until we need it.
Yeah, sure. She's like not even phased by the people around her. She's just confused.
You don't stand out around here.
Oh,
Looks down at myself.
Right. You are
Um,
not the most common race. You are right.
and how bright I am.
Yeah, John's over here just walk character.
So,
Stand out, whereas someone else might normally blend in a little bit better than I would.
Yes, I do think it's fine if we tuck away our tabards for now. As it is, it's not like you're not walking around with the local. I don't need anybody to help us or ask any questions. Just going to Marion's.
I'll take mine off and just tuck it in my bag.
Yep.
Fold it up nicely.
Yep, put the tablet away.
All right. So you all walk down the muddy streets, and you come to this building that you enter through the alley, and you see this sign above a countertop that's been hand carved and burned, and it says Marion's Slop House. And
I trust you. As we walk in.
And you'll notice that in stark contrast of where you were, the floors here are weathered wood floors that look like they have like pretty severe water damage to them. There's no chalkboard with a menu, and you just have this big burly half orc behind the counter, and he just sort of looks up and he's like, sit wherever you want.
Nell just kind of gives him a nod and starts heading towards the booth.
Find a place in the corner where I can watch the door.
Desmond will take out like a handkerchief, lay it out on his seat, and sit on it. Confirm it.
Nell is trying to contain themselves after watching Desmond. Oh, you're gonna need a lot more handkerchiefs tonight. Nell's just getting all comfortable. They're just ready. They're looking like, man, I've been thinking about this for a while.
And yeah, after a few minutes, he walks over to you guys. He's like, all right, what are you going to be having?
Barbecue roast.
They're the expert. I'll have that.
It's their first time in the city. Give them something good.
Everything here's good.
I know.
Your favorite, then. Let's go with that.
Hope you like spicy.
The whitest person you know. I hope you like spicy.
Turns his head over to Roderick.
What do you recommend from a guy north of the mountains. It's been traveling a while. It hasn't had a good home cooked meal in a while.
You in the mood for some wild game?
Absolutely.
I got you.
All right. Good man.
And then he's like talking to everybody, and then he gets to Desmond at the end, who's wearing a plague doctor get up, and he like, and for you,
A salad and wine, please.
He's from overseas.
He ain't from around here.
Yeah, like that was the biggest opening. Like, he's cool, I promise.
yeah, he's like, eyes snap over to Nell. All right, coming right up.
And then a nice, strong ale. Or whatever you got.
He just makes a noise, just kind of points his pencil at you as he's walking.
Oh, I haven't had Rothae in forever.
What is it?
They're from the Underdark, I think. They're good. I don't even know how they get them up here, to be honest, especially in the lower left. But there are a few drow that live on the surface around here. Not many, but I assume they probably do tradings with their family down below. And that might be where it comes from. All I know is they have it, and it's good.
Okay. What do you think they're getting me?
I think it might be the stew. I don't know what's in it. It's good, though.
All right.
It's fine.
All right, and after a few minutes, so as you're talking, like all of a sudden, like the air just starts to smell just the most delicious fragrances you've smelled in a while. For most of you, Desmond, maybe not. Who knows? As you start hearing the searing of meat on the grill, and after 15 minutes or so, you see him come back, and he's got this giant platter that just has just like this assortment of things on it, and he puts down a mug of ale in front of Thrain, and he said, "Normally I'd warn people about this, but I think a dwarf can handle it."
Take a big old swig.
It's strong shit too.
All right.
And
Where's the Constitution saving throw?
for alcohol, I won't make it for a dwarf. Call me racist. There's just certain things that I hold true with trope. Shut up, Jay. And then he puts down the stew in front of you, Thrain, and he says, "House special called Spice Shillick. Enjoy." And now you get this big slab of like ribs and an assortment of some other barbecue meat in front of you. Roderick, he puts down this large hunk of meat that just has like 4 like solid black just sear lines in it, and you can still see the steam coming off of it.
Yeah.
And then
Fistful of grass. There's still dirt.
Just like home.
And then, yeah, I mean, he puts down like a bowl, like it's a large wooden bowl that just has some greens in it, and then he puts down a decanter of wine next to you. And the decanter looks, it looks pretty old. It's antiquated. It's been around for a while. He's like, "You guys need anything else?"
Nell's already digging it with vigor. No, we're good.
Bite.
And then he's just standing there watching you guys, waiting for you to take a bite.
It's food. I'm hungry.
Oh, digging in.
Desmond unclips the bottom part of his mask, pulls out his his cutlery, and
And
starts
his
going
gloves
in.
for his gloves. Those were my favorite.
an extra white pair of gloves to go over his normal gloves. He's like, "All right, get out."
Thrain, give me a Constitution saving throw.
Yay.
Remember, if it's lower than the 7.
Oh,
You got this.
nice.
Before I dig in, then, I'm going to mutter a prayer.
Dear
cast
Lord,
guidance.
help me.
So hold on. Before you roll this,
Oh, God.
I need
He's
to
watching.
know. I need to know the lore acceptable reason of why you would cast guidance before eating. I get the mechanical reason of why you're doing it, but why would you, as a cleric, decide I'm casting guidance on myself to eat this stew?
The look he gave me when he said it was spicy. And I and I hope you like spicy.
So is it guidance like you're trying to do it to make sure you don't hurt yourself if it's too spicy, or is it more like I don't want to look like a little bitch in front of this guy?
Yeah, I look like a bitch in
Like
front of this guy.
hungry?
Yeah, a little bit angry, yeah.
All right, go ahead, give me that Constitution save.
I ain't no bitch.
Right, so we got a 4 there.
Amen.
Right.
Now for that con save.
Nat 1. Boo.
Oh, it's a good thing you had that guidance there, eh, buddy?
No, I had a +1. That was fine.
Barely.
Yeah,
Right.
that was fine.
They're sweating.
So that means you don't crit fail it, but
Yeah, I know.
So as you start eating this, it's a little spicy, and you're fine. And then you notice like 3 or 4 spoonfuls in, like you start feeling like beads of sweat rolling up on your brow. And by the time you get about half the bowl finished, like it's fucking hot. Like to the point of like you're interchanging bites of the stew with sips of the mead to try to numb your tongue a little bit. But you
Thank
finish your bowl.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen you turn that red, Thrain. You seemed like you liked it.
You
Was
alright
good,
over there,
though.
buddy?
A little warm, but it was good.
Nell's just
Now I'm ready
covered
for a
in
nap.
barbecue.
He walked back over afterwards, and he's like, "Did you all save room for dessert?"
Oh, I forgot.
Is it worth dying for?
Is it what?
Is it worth dying for?
My mother would say it is.
We'll split one.
This is a house special that's been in my family for 7 generations. It's a nice little pastry that my great-grandmother used to call a chewel claw. And he walks behind. He walks behind the counter and through a door for a second, and then he comes back out, and you see this large, like braided pastry that is probably a good 15 inches long and probably about 10 or so inches wide at like the thickest area of it. It resembles like a giant like croissant. And as he sets it in front of you, you can feel the heat coming off of it like it was freshly made, and you can see between the slits of the pastry that there's some sort of cream inside of it. And
Is it mayonnaise?
Yes,
Oh, no.
absolutely.
Nana loved it.
It's made with a gallon of mayonnaise. Never gonna get away from that.
And her special sauce.
But yeah, so he puts it down, and then he like specifically puts this like silverware in front of Desmond afterwards, like places it down in front of you, like wrapped in like a cloth napkin. It's like the fanciest thing you've seen here.
In a I see you pretty boy kind of way.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Is it just one set?
Oh yeah, just one that he gives him.
Perfect. I'm gonna reach in, and then I'm gonna tear a piece off.
Yeah. I mean, if you tear a piece off, you know, like as you rip it open, you see like it's got like sort of like a custard in the center, and with it being still warm, it sort of oozes out a little bit, and yeah, it's a nice big custard pastry.
Desmond will cut off a piece. Exactly how he does it.
He's so cute. I love him.
Can't really see the facial expressions, but you see him do that. Just...
Nell's not shy about ripping off the tail piece and starting to work on it.
I just picture everybody there just stopping and watching Desmond.
I feel like there's always at least a solid 10 seconds where everybody's just like just watch it for a second, just like so cute.
And yeah, and then afterwards, 3,
There's
4,
no way we finished the whole thing.
5,
That
6, 7,
Right.
8, 9. So after it's all over, he walks up and he's like, "That'll be 9 silver."
now we'll put down a gold and 3 silver.
Roderick's patting down his pockets. Oh, you got it? Okay, cool.
As I'm reaching for my pouch, I'm like, oh, okay, sure.
What? We're a team. I assumed that it wasn't a big deal that these sort of things get shared.
Well, no, I was pulling out to pay.
Yeah, me too.
Sure.
Yeah.
When you find that coin pouch, let me know.
Desmond will like wipe down his mouth with the napkin that was brought with the silverware, and he's gonna fold up the silverware back in the napkin, cast prestidigitation to like clean his little mess that he made. Then he's gonna leave a gold piece on top of his stuff.
This man's about to make the best tip of his life.
Right, he's like, "I can retire."
Well, he never would. It's too much fun for him.
So yeah, he takes it and he thanks you all, but he does bite the gold coin from both of you to make sure it's real gold. And yeah, and he's like, "Feel free to stop by anytime. We're always open."
Not being back.
See you around. Just getting ready to leave. I want to go lay down.
Yeah.
Had for that cheap and God years.
As they
Oh.
walk out, Desmond will like walk closer to Nell. Why did he bite the money?
Sometimes we get fakes in the lower or the true north upper quadrant servant area.
Got it.
We're not the most well-off portions of the city, so when somebody pays you in gold, it can be suspicious. Sure, he's more used to a couple silvers, but mostly coppers being handed to him.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Is that a normal bill for a party of our size? Or did they raise the price a little? I'm not offended. I
Cliff.
understand.
I mean, I feel like Nell would have probably immediately noticed, like, no, it's pretty normal, and one of my favorite places to eat when I had the extra money.
Yeah, I would say that Nell would know that the typical price range is usually around 1 to 2 silver per people. So it was slightly larger than that average there, but that was also with dessert. So
And booze.
yeah, well, I mean that's just on the normal meal. It's the lower
Very true.
commons, man. Everybody's drinking booze with their shit.
Desmond's gold is fucking spotless. Recitage is literally anything that gets in his general direction. Ew! I'm surprised he didn't clean the whole table before sitting.
Surprised he didn't take the gold back from the guy and press digitation it after he bit it. Like, oh, don't do that. It's not sanitary. Press the digitation in the guy's mouth.
I left some seasoning in there for you.
Minty fresh. What the fuck?
I can't get it out.
Taking the gold coin and screaming his tongue with it.
How long does that last, actually? Flavor it for an hour, okay?
Just every hour, just like we're good.
Now, with our full bellies, we hobble back to the Grandier.
Yep.
Yeah. So as you go back there, the attendee in the lobby is like, we received a notice of communication from Josiah Evangelical on behalf of the Eclipsean Order, and the note responds that they regret to inform you that they are not able to meet with you in person, but if you are able to leave a detailed message of the concern that you have, that they will make sure it is a top priority as soon as the reopening of the church is done.
Understood.
And then he just sort of looks at you with a pen in his hand, and he's like, waiting for you to give him the message.
We'll
Oh,
write something
yeah.
and bring it down.
Of course.
And then
Off we go.
up to the rooms. We want to get that road out now.
we should probably figure out just how to word this in a message to Josiah.
We knew this stuff was gonna be more difficult than others,
Yes.
and it was one of those times where it's probably not the best time to be doing this. But then
There is
again,
no good time for it. There is no good time for, hey, fair warning, there's maybe possibly this creature creating, town destroying in under a minute creatures that are just going to maybe ruin everything, and we'll see how bad it gets.
even if we leave the note, do you think he'll even take it seriously?
All we could do is hope.
Yeah. We did our due diligence, we told him.
I mean, an easy thing to do would be to go tell my mom. She and the other maids just pass around all of the gossip, and eventually that gets to the ladies of the houses, and eventually the entire city will know.
Do you want to do it now? Or would
Let's
it be
handle the professional side of things and write something up for Josiah.
No, we were told to keep this knowledge amongst the faction leaders, not to the general public.
Yeah.
I guess. I do want to see my mom, though.
Let me ask you this. If we brought supplies, how good of a cook is your mom? I say maybe go over there for a nice final meal of the day.
You thinking about food already?
I see Roderick's just there, like, laying flat on the floor, unable to move.
Just rubbing his stomach.
Yep.
That was a lot of food, yes. But I mean,
But what about second breakfast?
exactly.
You're dwarf, not halfling.
Not Hobbit.
Mom's a pretty good cook. Of course, she's not like a chef at any of the houses. She's a maid. She cleans. But I've never been disappointed with a meal from her.
You
If
think
we
she'd be
want,
willing?
if we want, I can make a meal for her. Give
I'm
her
sure she'd love that.
a little bit of a
because
rest.
Honestly, I don't know. I also needed to send some money back. Yeah, it would probably be better for us to treat her. I'm still getting used to having good amounts of spending money. This is not normal.
Yeah, we'll treat her, give her the night off. You'll get to see your family. Give us something to do.
Familiar face and a place to stay that, although maybe you might like it better here, Desmond. It is a bit more sterile.
I've already cleaned my beds off and everything. It's not as sterile as you think.
Is any place up to your standards outside of your home?
No.
I didn't think so.
My room is pristine,
Yeah,
except
I would
for a layer of dust that may have overcome it now.
I would expect nothing less, as I would consider that your home, technically. It's your home away from home at this point.
So as we draft up a nice letter to Josiah outlining important details, but of course omitting things like,
We
the
died.
death of our friends and we died and all that shit, and going to keep the message uh, in line with what was told to Zahn, which was we were called to help, but we arrived there right as the Beadrill fizzled out, and we were unable to help.
Try to get it as close to verbatim as what we told Paladins on and answer the questions that he brought up.
Mm-hmm.
We should write multiple copies of this. So in that case, we can.
Well, we only have to write one, and then Desmond can do his thing.
That's not permanent.
Oh.
I do it for quick copies of information that I want to save.
And say that way, when we
Okay.
arrive to our next location,
Just in case we already have it written. Yeah.
that, and then we can give them that when we get there, and then if they want to know more information, they can reach out because we'll be there for a day and a half.
Sandscale, I guess.
Also, being that the translocator is within the palace walls, how easy is it going to be for us to get back to it?
I don't know.
We should be fine. They already recognize us as users of it. Saying that we are traveling to some other place shouldn't pose an issue.
Mm-hmm. Hopefully.
My worry is that they insist we stay for the opening. If we don't stay that long.
I'm
Is
not
there
already.
people close enough that anyone would hear? Are we in our room with the doors closed at this point?
I mean, the walls aren't like paper thin or anything, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah. I want to be nowhere near here for when that happens. I have a bad feeling about it. It feels wrong that they're trying to call so many here. And then stating that all are welcome of all religions. And then we were told that there was an end, that there was the one religion to follow, and not to speak of the opposing. It feels I don't know, something feels wrong. Like an example's to be made of some sort.
Yeah.
Isn't that a
So-
reason to almost be here though?
I suppose.
They're going to
more I
unite the
think about it-
religions.
The more I think about it, the more I start to worry that someone or something is gonna do another soul stuffing here with all these people that are arriving.
My worry too.
I just don't know what we could even do in the face of such a thing. I mean, Larian. Nell just kind of their eyes glaze over as they start to think about the whole scenario again.
Like we've said multiple times now, we are not equipped to handle this task at the moment. If they don't allow us to use the teleporter, we can gather our stuff, inform your mother, leave, and then make our way to Sandscale. And
Step by.
us being here isn't going to stop a ritual that large, but we sure as hell are gonna know about it.
Mhm.
If we do have to walk out of here, I say we walk through Truded. And then maybe, I know you're saying your mother probably can't make that trip on foot.
No, she could. It was more of the worry about if she were to do so alone.
Yeah. And in that case,
I may be, strong and built like a fighter, but I take after my father in that regard.
It might work in our favor if we can't use the teleporter. Our own personal favor. I mean, we get to escort your mother somewhere safe rather than hiring a caravan.
Yeah.
let's use that as a plan instead. Because, like they were saying, that the teleporter is kind of spotty.
We may be on better terms with the residents of Sandscale if we show up on foot rather than knowingly use an item that they don't really agree with.
Yeah.
I agree, but we should definitely discuss this with Quill Eyes before finalizing a decision.
Right.
I still think we should check in with him. Give him an update on Messiah while we're writing this.
And also tell him the story that we are sharing with the leaders so that if somebody comes to speak to him, it can be uniform as we are not ready to discuss the end.
We can rest here for a little while, relay some information. Once it starts to get dark, get some supplies, head to your mother's, and relax for the night. But first, give me your breastplate.
They look concerned for a second, like, all right, just starts unclipping their top, hands it over.
I think I figured out a way to alter this. He goes and sits on his bed with it on his lap, and he's like inspecting it.
Nell sits on the bed opposite of Desmond, just kicks their legs watching him, just curious as to what he's going to do.
And if no one, okay, if no one says anything to him or at all, he's just gonna inspect that for like an hour.
Not doing anything, just staring at it for
Well,
an hour.
he's
Bro.
like,
Sure is a breastplate.
Smells like titty sweat.
Definitely a breast, and there's definitely a plate.
as soon as he laid it on his lap, there was a green shimmer around it.
Oh, I'm sure that happened.
And he like pulls some of these black gems from his bag, and with one hand he's doing some chalk markings on it, and the other he's like positioning the gem and looking for slots that may be suitable.
Between watching Desmond fascinated in all that he does, Nell is helping to get this all written down and write a copy themselves while either Roderick or Thrain write the other one.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see
No.
Roderick doing that.
Neither do I, honestly.
My man sleep.
I'm about to
Yeah,
say,
I was
he's probably
gonna
already
say,
asleep.
I'm surprised that no one's like using this opportunity for like a after lunch nap or something.
oh yeah, I was kind of imagining the scenario where it's like, yeah, Nell may be sitting on the edge of the bed, kicking her feet, kicking their feet, watching Desmond work, but Roderick's just like laying on that bed with his hat like over his eyes, just knocked out, like having a light snore.
Yup.
Both the pistols in each hand. Under the pillow so
Stay
you can't
ready.
see him.
Don't spook him in his sleep; you'll get kaplat.
Who what? Pop, pop.
No, does the guild next door?
I love that song.
It's the Artisans Guild, right? That was you.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. I had to think
like-
about the location you were trying to think of.
You know that sheet of gold?
How could I not? It's making
Yeah.
making my shield just a little bit heavier.
Do you think that they would be able to do all that for us?
Not in the time frame we'd need it to get out of here before the day.
Sure.
Mm.
Would I have came across any well-known artisans on my travels south? Cliff?
Probably not.
Okay.
Not a whole lot of like major locations from there, and no offense, you're a nobody, so it's not like you're gonna be like getting audiences with like nobles or anything like that. So I would say probably not.
Okay. Has anyone been to Sandscale? Know a lot about it, or know if there's another guild there? Artisans Guild?
Not a clue. I've never been. A little too hot for my taste.
You're telling me. This out here's a little warm for me.
And yet here you are in full scale mail every day. You must be dying. I'm surprised you're not always the color you were earlier while you were enjoying your stew.
I warmed up slowly through my travels, but it's still going to probably be literal hell walking through the Dragon Sands.
Desmond grabs like a wrench or something from his pack, makes a marking on it with his finger, then tosses it to you.
Who?
If you dodge a wrench, you could dodge a ball.
What'd you grab?
Like a small wrench that he keeps in his pack.
Mm-hmm.
Made like a symbol on it with his finger, then like underhand tossed it to you. You feel it giving off a small, cool burst of wind.
I'll need this in a little bit. Probably, I'd say a couple days, maybe a week. I appreciate this. It feels nice.
Could stick that like right in your chest. That'd probably be great.
Okay.
I'm gonna.
We all know you'll clean it later.
You were gonna clean it even if it was just in my hand. Am I wrong?
Not the point.
Put it in your butt.
That would probably be so refreshing, though.
So refreshing.
Like the Arctic bidet.
Silly.
Right?
Like,
Ooh.
Stop! No, don't. Channeling my best.
Man, God damn it.
Mhm. Oh. And no, he just more set it right here on the top of the breastplate, the uh, chest of the scale mail.
Your armor's not magical, is it?
No.
I can just make your armor do that on the inside. Like ventilation, coolant.
Hey, good to know.
Then you'll just be Thrain Iron Fridge.
Only if I knew Ice Knife.
You've got time. You can learn the magic.
Ooh, I hope so. Mm-hmm.
At this point, Desmond is like standing up over his bed now, making precise etchings on the armor
I'm
instead of
imagining
doing
it's-
like chalk.
I'm imagining at this point we're just about finished up writing our letters and we're just kind of joking around as we're waiting for Desmond to finish up so we can get things ready to roll in.
Then he grabs one of the vials that he keeps on his chest instead of the usual ones he goes to on his belt, pours it onto the armor, and instead of it like just dripping down over the armor, he pours it into the slot that he carved out in the chest, and it spreads evenly through all of the markings that he carved. Then he grabs one of his black gems and places it right in the center. Okay, I think this is. It should work.
What'd you do to it?
Looking at how they rushed in that one vision we had and their stance, I was able to use one of the gems of my hometown and may add a little extra padding or help when they get back into combat.
Well, thank you. And I do like the black gem. It looks rather lovely.
When I have enough energy to actually activate it in the morning, you may like it even more. And he hands you the breastplate back.
Nell starts clipping it back into place.
And all the carvings and runes and stuff that he had marked, when it filled in with the solution that he poured, it completely like vanished, and it just looked like a flat breastplate again, the same one you had. The only difference is there's that black gem in the chest.
Fun.
And while this is going on, Roderick, you're laying there like dozing off, and all of a sudden, like all the sound just goes away. All of the talking that you were hearing is gone, and you suddenly feel like sort of a slight chill on your back, as if you were laying on the cold ground.
Okay. He's gonna look around and see what's going on.
Yeah, so as you like peek out from under your hat, you see that you are laying in that same room. Just vast emptiness, darkness, and essentially it's just a large circular area. And as you start looking around, you hear that clunk sound again as that singular light appears in the center of this room.
Do I see anybody else in here?
You do not.
And I still don't hear any sound.
You don't hear anything right now. The only thing you heard was that loud, like, clunk of the light turning on.
All right. He is going to stand up. Take one of his pistols and he's just going to fire it straight up into the ceiling.
Okay. You shoot the shot and it like the echo like resonates as if this room that you're in is a enclosed area. And you hear it like echo about, but like you never hear the bullet hit anything.
Mm.
And then a few moments later, you just hear a single as the bullet hits back in the ground.
And I can see where it landed and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Does it look like it impacted anything?
It give me a investigation roll.
Ooh, that's not good.
As far as you could tell, it went straight up, straight back down. Like
Oh,
y-
that was
y-
You did intimidation.
you
yeah,
intimidated
it's
the
hard to hit on
shit
this.
out that bullet.
It's hard to hit on this screen. Okay.
We'll just take the first one as a 13.
Uh,
So it just looks like it went straight up, straight back down. You get the impression that like there's no ceiling here, no roof, like you're outside almost.
mhm.
But the way it echoes, like you almost feel like you're in a room though.
And I can see them.
No,
I can't.
you don't
Okay.
see anything but a large circular empty room, and then now there's a giant spotlight in the center of it.
All right. He gets up, walks over to the light. I was like, well, this is God stuff. So steps into light. What?
Oh, you step into the light?
Yeah.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Give me a Constitution save, please.
All right. Trying to get some answers one way or another. Con save. That was so close to a 1.
The one would have been a lot more fun.
No.
So as you step into the light, like you start getting all these flashes of images that are going through your head, and from what you can make out from it, like you're seeing like this hellscape with flames everywhere, and you're seeing these creatures that are battling one another. Give me a religion check, please.
Ain't good at that either, Chief. Let's see here. Religion. Them
And
sevens.
you don't recognize these beings that are fighting, but like there is this war, and like where you're standing at right now, like you're seeing it happening around you, like you're in the middle of this battlefield, and all of a sudden this creature comes running towards you, and it reaches out and it grabs you by the face.
Mhm.
And as you feel like your body go weightless for a moment, you hear this sort of grunt, and you hear, "Ah!" And then all of a sudden you feel yourself falling, and as you hit the ground, you see this giant hand sort of fall off of your face, detached from the body that's in front of it. And behind you, you see that figure that you've seen in these visions, wielding this giant. It's a purple sword, but it's so deep purple it's almost black. And you can see it follows through with the strike, and it cleaves into this creature's neck, and it with the other hand it grabs you by like the back of your shirt collar, and it pulls you out of the light. And as it does, you find yourself back in that room that you were in, and you see the figure standing there inside of the light, towering above you. And it kneels down and it looks to you eye to eye, and you see that this creature has like these glowing red eyes, and as it's like face to face with you, like its face is like the size of your torso, and it just smiles at you, and you see these sharp fang-like teeth. It says, "My little hibiscus, so eager to end it all. What more do I need to do for you to show you how special you are to me?"
He's like, how about some straight answers? I'm not playing your game.
Very well. It stands up, and you hear that click sound again, and the spotlight goes away. And you are now just standing in this darkened room with this shadowy 15-foot tall figure standing in front of you.
Hold on one second. He's maintaining his composure.
What questions can I answer for you?
Where do I begin? What was with the green-haired lady who killed my whole crew? What was that battle with the demons that I just saw? Where the hell am I? What is going on? What is this barking under my face that's always warm? What? Why? Why me? Why us? What's going on? This hibiscus thing. What are you talking about?
He said the thing.
Well, the green-haired lady is a Baradrill. They are not of my doing. Quite the opposite. They are working against me.
Do they want versus what you want?
They want similar things, but with different outcomes. There is a crown. And with this crown, one could assert rule over the infinite hells. I don't want them to get it. They don't want me to get it. That's where you come in. And it begins to walk around a little bit. My hopes are you will stop them from getting the crown. These flesh binders and their distasteful creations. All they want is to merge the material plane with the infinite hells. They want to break ancient treaties. Me, on the other hand, I just want my rightful place right here. Which leads me to, I think, your second question of where in the hells are you? Precisely. This is my cage, my home. In a nice, tucked away corner of the hells, where I can do no harm.
This is your prison.
It is. Starts walking around, just gesturing. Vast nothingness. It's been this way for millennia. But you're my connection out of here. That thing under your eye that's always warm. That's my gift to you. It's an heirloom, if you will. See, you are destined to be one of my disciples. Your friends as well. You will help me get the crown so that I may stake claim to the infinite hells.
And who are you? Well, yeah. What do we call you? What is your name? And don't. You're like a devil or demon or something. So you're gonna say you have many names.
So as you say you're a devil or demon,
Uh,
it grabs you by the throat and lifts you off the ground. I am not devil nor demon. Don't you dare associate me with that ilk.
Okay, cool, man. Look, I'm just a mortal. I'm trying to figure it out. You're throwing a lot at me at once. My bad, man.
And you feel like it get a little bit tighter, and then you just drop.
Yep. All right. Yeah, I probably had that coming. So yeah, I'm Roderick, and you are.
I am Zendraxius the Eternal Dark, first of my kind. The demons and devils that you so falsely accused me of are my lineage, if you will. See, you mortals have been fed lies for centuries. So much so that you regurgitate them as truths. Your gods made the demons and the devils. We were here first.
Okay, so you're older than the current pantheon or something, right? Am I getting this correct?
I am older than time itself. These current pantheon are whelps. Slivers of the power they could be. But I care not about your gods or about your material plane. All I care about is establishing my domain, reclaiming my birthright.
Okay, well, forgive me for putting this out there again. Puny mortal, insignificant, very low knowledge, very stupid. Uh, if the gods already see us as insects that they can play with or step on, and you feel that they are insignificant, what happens if we succeed? What happens if we fail?
If you succeed, I regain the crown. I free myself from this prison. I claim domain over the infinite hells as its true ruler. I have no desire to leave here. This is my home. If you fail, and the Hag Countess succeeds, you risk breaking the Aegis in merging the infinite hells with the material plane. I'm sure you've heard the stories of Orcus, that insect.
Many times.
Well, he almost ruined everything for me. He stripped himself of his lord title, performed a sickening ritual to neuter himself enough to be able to pass through without technically breaking the agreements. No wonder he was dispatched so easily by the mortals. Even him, he only came there at a fraction of his true power.
So wait, the stories of the group that dispatched Orcus, that was true?
Yes, a group of mortals killed the quote-unquote demon lord himself.
Okay,
But
well, oh, go ahead.
as I said, the ritual he performed, he stripped himself of most of his power. That's how he was allowed to pass through the barrier. The Aegis keeps us locked prisoner here in the hells. And he wanted to change that, which is not entirely different to that Piantic, that Hag Countess, that maggot-filled meat suit. So, you succeed, I get my crown, I make those who imprisoned me pay. You fail, every demon lord and archdevil opens the door, walking onto the material plane, which will make every god come down from the celestials, and the war will wage again on the material plane.
Okay, so I'm going to assume that this heirloom, as you put it, is the reason why we're not dead like our comrades when the Beradrill attacked, yes?
Yes, I had to go to great lengths to ensure that the souls that were put inside of that meat puppet would do exactly as I needed them to. As I said before, it was no coincidence that you were all there at that time. I made sure each and every one of you would be there because I knew it was my one shot to make this happen.
Does your planning include Neil's father?
An unfortunate side effect.
All right. Um, well, I'm very honored, Your Grace, with how confident you are in our abilities. However, we are gravely, astonishingly outmatched in what you are expecting us to do. And if what you said is true about what happened with Orcus, well, this hag, I guess, has made sure that the champion that we had on the material plane to stop things like Orcus is gone. His entire city is a crater. So, is there any of these, you know, insignificant gods that maybe can help us in some way or give us some fighting chance to be out here?
Oh, you naive little thing, you.
Yep, sure am.
No, there are no gods that can help. I am the one who made sure that the gods left the plains, as the jackal was becoming dangerously close to breaking the terms of the Aegis.
Ah, I see. So it was, in fact, the Jackal's fault. So, say, you can keep the Jackal. Can we have like that Vardra King guy back? 'Cause, that would help. Since you're the one who took him, maybe you can put him back, keep the Jackal, do whatever you need to with him, and
At this point, Vardrak has acted in the jackal's favor enough to be considered his champion. On a cosmic scale, there is balance that must be held. For every champion that's allowed in, the Hells are allowed to release a general. Keeping Vardrak at bay keeps the generals at bay. This is the balance that the gods wanted. I'm just honoring our side of the agreement.
are we the only four, or there's some others that are marked that we are unaware of?
You are the only four. As I said, it's an heirloom. It runs in your blood.
I was hoping you wouldn't say that. Okay.
Nothing that has happened has been coincidence. We have been entwined in fate since the beginning. Everything was predetermined to be the way it is right now. You just have doubt clouding your true potential. Allow me to provide you a bit of confidence. And you see them just pause for a second and they reach out and they palm forward and they hit you in the chest. And as they do, you see yourself split in two for a moment, and you see an identical version of yourself that's standing there looking way more confident than you look right now. And then
Which is not at all.
and then you feel that being snap back and merge with you, and you sit up, and you're back in the inn room, and Desmond's talking to Nell about the chest plate.
He sits it. Okay, I have answers.
Good
No,
work.
I was explaining the gem. Do you know about my gems?
Okay, you know what? Gym talk is we gotta put the hold on that because shit, fuck. Uh, okay, so
Desmond's gonna hand you the alchemy jug.
For the mayonnaise.
whatever it is, he just starts slamming it.
Come on,
I
chunky.
sure hope it's not mayonnaise.
No, it's just water.
uh, okay, so I'm gonna guess by everybody being so cool right now that we did not have a shared vision at that time.
No, what?
You're the only one that fell asleep.
Uh,
If that has anything to do with it.
I guess. Okay, so I had a little chit chat with our friend who keeps calling us his what that thing he keeps calling us.
The
Uh,
hibiscus.
yeah, that thing. Uh, yeah. Okay, so uh, I woke up in a room. There was a light. I stepped into the light. I saw a war of like demons and devils or something, and then one of them grabbed me, and then he came and like killed it, and then pulled me back out of the light, and then the light went away, and he started doing the whole hibiscus thing, and I'm like, whoa, I need answers. And to my surprise, he started answering questions. So, um, so yes,
Desmond starts taking notes.
uh, Barrel drill confirmed. That is what it was. I guess it wasn't entirely a fairy tale. That was actually what that green-haired thing was.
Hey, Quillwise on the Sinning Stone. I don't mean to cut you off.
Yeah.
Alright, Quillwise. Oh,
You're gonna
fish
want
it out
Go
from
eyes,
wherever it
listen.
is. Quillwise.
Cool. No
Papa?
answer.
You don't have any response right now.
Okay. Well, anyways, I'm gonna keep talking before I forget any bit because that was a lot of information. Uh, so uh, apparently there is a battle over a crown that will control the hells, and our benefactor of sorts, um, his name is Zandracius, Zadrachius,
Zendraxius.
Draxius, something along some Draxius. We'll go with that right now.
Supercalifragilistic.
His title was like the Eternal Dark or something like that, but at least we have a name. He got very offended when I asked if he was a demon or devil. He says that he is older than the gods and even time itself. So like old gods? I don't know. Um, he wants us to stop the flesh binders and their creations from merging with the material planes with the hells. Because apparently that's their goal, and they're led by someone he's calling the Hag, or the Hag, Hag Countess. That's what he said. So if she gets it, Hell's merged with material plane. Gods pantheon comes down, starts fighting with them and everything, and then everybody here on the battleground of the material plane is pretty much probably going to die. Uh, he has made sure that our fates landed us where we were when the Beradrill attacked. Um, and he's the one that protected us, but he's also the same one who took away Dracarius because of their connection to the Jackal, who the Jackal was fucking everything up. You were right about that. Yes. So
Desmond's just like, fuck yeah, anyways.
Validated.
Yeah, he's like, as I usually am.
but however, he just wants his rightful place, which he is in a prison made in the hells. I was gonna ask him who imprisoned him in the first place, but he snapped me back here before I got to that question. Let's see. The Idris keeps everyone in the hells locked there, and the Orcus tried to find some loophole in the rules of the Idris to come to the material plane, and it cost him a significant amount of his power, and that's how the king and his army or whatever was able to kill him. Let's see what trying to remember. There was so much.
Is he on the side of the Aegis being intact still, or is he trying to break it?
No, he wants to leave it intact apparently, and once he doesn't, because the hag is the one apparently who wants to Dawn Crown and destroy the Aegis entirely.
Does Dawn Crown sound familiar at all?
I think it said Don the Crown.
Oh, I thought you said Dawn Crown. I was like, Dawn Crown?
Yeah, Dawn the Crown.
Okay.
Dawn
And,
Crown sounds cool, though. I might make that something now.
Don the Don Crown.
And
Don,
as
Don,
far
Dawn Crown.
these marks that we have under our faces are from him. It's what kept us alive. And
The marks on our faces are only where the Beradrill touched us.
yeah, I don't know,
Or at least
but
for me.
The barrel drill didn't touch my face, but I still woke up with the mark.
yeah, well, none of us can really say what happened after we were all, not dead. I don't know. But yeah, I don't know how much of what he said we can trust. Because it's a extraplanar being who is far beyond anything that we should normally be able to conceive, and just said that we are the only four. Yes, we're the only four. I asked about that too. There's no other chosen ones, just us. And somehow, and we have no extra help. I asked about, any friendly Pantheon people that might be able to say, hey, help these guys out. We're on our own. We just have to believe in ourselves or some shit. And then he hit me, and there was two of me, and then get snapped back, and then I woke up. So
And as you say that, your chest is on fire from where you got hit.
he pulls his shirt down a little bit. See,
you have markings on your chest.
I think Roderick may need the wrench.
A big ass handprint.
No.
Sure.
He lifts his shirt up.
So as he lifts his shirt up, you see that there is a semicircle on Roderick's chest that has runes on it. Does anybody speak abyssal or infernal?
Abyssal.
Give me a straight intelligence check. You can make out some of the words in there, but like the dialect of it it's foreign to you. But it sounds almost like Somaic spell components that are written on Roderick's chest.
Desmond's gonna get his book out, go over, squat down in front of Roderick, and using his
Whoa, bro.
Sorry, how tall is Desmond? Because now that you said you had to squat down in front of Desmond to like write down what's on Roderick's chest.
Roderick's is also laying or sitting on a bed.
Okay. My brain was just like, Jesus Christ, is Desmond 7'1"?
He's going to use his magical tinkering to replicate the image that he sees on Roderick's chest onto one of the pages.
Okay.
Then, after the image appears there, he's going to get one of his pencils and actually write it, like copy
Trace
the
it.
image. Yeah.
Give me an Arcana roll.
Is this permanent?
Desmond, can I do a medical check to see if this is like scarring and shit now?
Sure.
This is permanent. It's not important right now.
In your medical opinion, this was carved in his chest.
No, you'll be fine.
Oh, good.
Fucking liar!
Desmond,
It's a good thing you can't see his face.
give me a D6 and don't roll a 1.
Don't tell me what to do.
Okay. As you're writing down, there's five distinct like passages is what you make out that are on Roderick's chest right now.
Mhm.
And as you're writing down the fifth one, you're sounding it out as you're like sort of writing it, and you see the page or the ink glow in like that same type of orange that you've seen. And as it does, all of a sudden you all are blinded by this burst of darkness that just erupts out of Desmond and fills the entire room with this magical darkness.
We're gonna try to like
Okay.
blow it away with the book, like fan it away.
There's like no fanning it. Like it is pitch black in here right now.
Light.
He's gonna
Cast
close
light,
the book.
if
and
it
be
doesn't
like,
anything.
Oh, I apologize. Something happened.
Yeah, I could tell.
Well, I guess you don't have to write it down if you have a reference to look at over there whenever you need to. You're never allowed to wear a shirt again.
Am I the
Sorry.
only one that can't see? And Desmond's like walking around. That I blind myself.
I can't see shit.
Someone open a window.
Okay, so it's not just me.
So
That I blind all of us.
as you're
Did you
all
cast sunlight on your fingertip?
as you're all
Thank you.
standing there in this darkness, after a second, Roderick, you start seeing the silhouettes of your companions, and it looks exactly like the. Aesthetically, it looks exactly like the silhouette um, of the creature that you were just seeing. You could tell it's them, but like everything in this room right now feels like where you just were. And the rest of you too, you start seeing the silhouettes of one another.
My vision's returning to me.
Well, this is what it felt like to be in that that room, that empty prison room that I was telling you about.
Desmond's gonna walk over to the voice. You feel like hands on you.
Too low, too low.
Like, stop that.
Yeah, so
I
you could all
guess
clearly make one another
But-
out through this, but it's literally just a silhouette of one another.
Nell's rubbing at their eyes, just blinking hard, hoping it'll go away.
let's try to make it out of this room. Uh, Desmond, leave the book here just in case it's coming from that.
He'll unclip the book and leave it on the bed.
For shits and giggles, everybody give me a group investigation roll as you guys try to Velma without her glasses the way out of this room. Oh, that's a little bit of a curveball. 19, 40, 52, you're good. So yeah, so you all feel your way around. And it's odd that, like, you can't see a silhouette of the bed or a silhouette of any of the furniture in the room, but you can clearly see the silhouette of each other, and whoever's in the back probably gets a really good laugh of seeing everybody padding around and feeling their way through this blackness, and being able to see the silhouettes of them.
It's a weird breakdance. Oh, Roderick totally destroyed his baby toe on the corner of the bed.
This day can't get worse.
Stepped on a Lego.
Yeah.
How is this even in here?
Yeah, who invented these?
Real evil.
I'll be back. I'm chilly and I need a blankie.
Yeah. So you guys managed to feel your way out, and as you open the door, some of the darkness sort of spills out. But as you make your way into the hallway, you can see again, and like turning and looking back at that room, like looking through the doorway, you were looking at just complete blackness.
All right. So we don't copy the runes again, eh?
And then after about a minute, it starts to just dissipate.
Desmond's gonna go and open the book to the same page.
Sorry. Roderick staying out in the hall.
Stay over here. I'm gonna watch him.
And Nell's just like sitting on the ground, leaning against the wall, like sees Desmond going for the book and just.
Yeah. So I mean, like I said, that happened right when you finished writing the last one down. So you got all 5 of them copied into your book.
Okay. It doesn't, like, as soon as I get to that page, poof open again. Okay.
Sin was going to use that.
I cast stink cloud. This one's like still waving the smoke away, even though it's not doing shit. I think it's clear now.
I'll
They
be
look
like,
at
From the
"Man,
other side of the bed, you start hearing like a tiny voice, like, "Is everyone okay?"
Quillwise,
Welcome back.
what took you so long?"
I was running from the other side of the building, and then I heard Roderick ranting about something, so I just listened.
Okay, so how much did you hear?
All of it?
Perfect.
What's the first thing that you heard?
That Roderick was face to face with the primordial malevolence.
Cool.
Syndroxia?
Zindraxius?
Yes, yes,
Sure,
yes.
one of those.
Dracula.
Yeah.
Zendracious.
I don't think it was Dracula.
Syndracis just sounds like the newest superhero. Like the Gen Z superhero, Syndraxis.
Might be.
Or
Your
what
guys' Gen Z superhero.
No?
Take the-
I'm a millennial, honey.
Right, no. The superhero is a Gen Z. It's your guys' Gen Z superhero.
Oh,
Like-
okay.
Like ownership type, your guys'.
Okay.
It's not what the people want, it's what the people need.
Somebody's got to help this old lady cross the street.
Not a Gen Z. Yeah, so he was like, so what happened? Why did you, how did you, what happened? At the end there.
Well, Roderick has these markings on his chest now.
Would I know they're all abyssal?
You would know that it's some abyssal, yeah.
Some of it's abyssal. Can't understand all of it. But
I wonder if it's the same dialect from this book. It's an,
are you able to understand it?
of course.
Okay, just making sure.
It's an archaic blend of primordial and abyssal.
Hmm. Did you say primordial too? And when asking about Roderick's?
Yeah.
No, I speak both.
Oh, well, if you speak both, then, well, I mean, what was
You
your
tell the-
intelligence roll on that? A 6?
6. I'm like, wait, I thought I took that one.
You're a
I'm
little
pretty
rusty.
sure I was.
It's been a
So-
while.
Yeah.
give me an Arcana roll.
Mm. Ooh. Hmm.
So as Quillwise says primordial, you start thinking back to like when you learned it, and you know obviously it's not something that you use super frequently, and you start putting 2 and 2 together with it, and when you look at it, like you're confident now that like these are Samic spell components. Do you dare say any of them out loud?
Nope. They're. I'll relate it. They're spell components.
So, from your translations of this, the 5 things on Roderick's chest basically translate to Pact of Ancient Infernal, Hellfire Infusion, Primordial Insight, Dark Pact, and Cloak of Shadows.
Okay, I'll pass that along to Quillwise specifically. in common.
Yeah, I get you. And he's like, I need to see it or to hear it as is.
I don't feel
We
comfortable saying it.
we may be heading back sooner rather than later on our way to Sandscale, and you'll get a
First-hand look at Roderick.
Yeah.
Desmond, do that
Me.
thing that you do where you copy it down to make sure that I can see it as is.
I didn't think of that. Thank you.
That's what I'm here for.
That's the reason I don't want to say it as well. When he finished tracing it, all we saw was darkness. It filled the room.
Which one were you tracing?
The Cloak of Shadows.
So somehow you were able to activate what appears to be a long dead spell.
Desmond's gonna walk over and like poke Roderick where Cloak of Shadows is.
It still burns there, so it probably hurts a little bit.
What are you doing?
I wanted to
Oh.
theory and investigations.
Right. Let me try something. If you want to get out of the room, you can. I'm gonna try to say it, see if anything happens.
Leave in the room.
See if it happens again. And I'll say the Cloak of Shadows in its written language.
Nothing happens.
Okay, good.
Roderick just explodes.
He gets a hernia.
Otherwise, like, try a different one.
Hmm. Which one?
I don't care.
Which one feels safest? We're
None
currently
of
in
it feels
Durian.
safe.
We're currently in Durian in an inn.
I didn't ask.
I'm just saying,
This
not the best place to be doing this stuff.
Knowledge knows no bounds. We must find out.
In a safe place, yes. But when we're here and
You're all
we're
together, it's safe.
I fear that the bed sheets might cost more than I have.
I will experiment and pass along the findings to you when we convene again.
Does anybody speak gnome?
No.
No.
You hear a bunch of explicitives in gnomish.
He's calling us a bunch of fucking pussies.
Report back to me what you find. I'll be eagerly waiting.
We shouldn't be more than a week.
A week?
We have matters to attend to. Good night, Cool Wise.
Wait. Dickhead won't see us.
What?
My brain's skipping right now, apparently.
Josiah?
Yeah, Josiah won't see us. He's far too busy with, the grand reopening.
You hear more gnomish explicitives. Like, I upheld an oath to maintain neutral.
He makes it so easy to at least lean away from one.
have no strings to pull on this one. If you announce
we're
that
not
you're
sh-
there on official business, and he has denied an audience, then we don't really have the authority to make him change his mind.
We
How do you all feel about kidnap? No, don't do that. No.
I
He
have
is preoccupied with the opening of the church. We don't feel like it's safe to attend, considering the gatherings of anyone and everyone.
such a large mass of people. Makes me feel like there's gonna be whatever it is. The Hag Countess is going to have their people just use it to sacrifice many for a Beadrill or something.
Highly religious people at that.
If that is the case, then you should probably evacuate city post haste. And
We're
now
grabbing my
may be a
mother
good
first.
time to take me up on the offer of escorting your mother out of there.
Yep, that's the plan.
Yeah,
is
we
going to
are
grab
going
her.
to personally escort.
So does that settle it? Are we just going to take the hike back instead of?
I don't really think we have a choice, and I don't really want to deal with fanatics and just grab my mom.
Right. We are going to stay a night, leave in the morning.
Fine. But Thrain, I need you to promise me something.
Mm-hmm.
Promise me.
You don't make promises that I know I can't keep, or that I don't know I can keep.
So then keep it.
I don't make promises without knowing the terms either.
What is this?
Just tell him what you want him to promise.
We'll speak later.
Just
And
tell
then for
me.
the first time you hear click on this end.
He finally figured it out. So proud of him.
I think he wanted me to promise to say them when I get back. That's my assumption. But so
Let's gather some food, cooking supplies, and
Oh, the cooking supplies is there, and you have cooking supplies here, so we really just need whatever we're going to prepare.
what's your favorite meal?
oh, don't put that pressure on me.
Good point. That would be. You don't want to ruin it. What is something she really
Roasted
likes?
cranberries. Anything with roasted cranberries.
I'm sure I can think of something. Looking at the room, Cliff, are there any damages?
Nope.
Okay.
Okay, thank God.
Other than that little shit stain on the bed where Roderick was at.
Percentage.
Like, Roger, you can put your shirt down now.
He's just standing there.
I don't think I will.
The breeze feels good.
Does it hurt?
Yeah. Does it painful, or does it feel like this has been here a while to?
To who?
Okay.
To who?
Vardrock.
Nah, it hurts
Well,
like
heard
hell.
the-
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
It hurts like hell.
Mind your business.
Mind your business.
I'll
That might have hurt more.
do they look like open wounds? Still?
They look like fresh wounds, yes.
I'm gonna.
It looks like someone carved it into his chest.
Like this man's is bleeding at the
All right.
moment.
I'm going to just say I'll probably this will be the last time I touch you. But I'm just gonna touch his chest and cast Cure Wounds.
Are you saying like a threat?
Right.
I ain't never healing you again. This your last one.
The hell?
Roderick's like, I don't want it.
That's too bad.
Right.
Hey, Thrain.
Mm-hmm.
Give me a wisdom saving throw, please.
Oh boy.
As you try to heal that, you feel this pressure on your hand that bends your fingers backwards,
Oh.
and it shoots you across the room. And you take
Nella's running to help Thrain up.
5 blunt damage just from the force of it launching you across the room.
Did I cast a spell, right? I fully cast it, and then I just
Oh yeah,
launched you backwards.
as soon as you cast heal wounds on it, you just went.
Okay. What's broken?
God, it's expired.
It was already used.
All of a sudden, your stomach starts feeling a little bubbly. The spice is
Oh
coming
no.
back.
Oh,
Oh.
he hit the wall so hard the spicy shit started immediately.
Oh.
Okay.
Desmond like looks at Thrain and looks at Desmond's or Roderick's chest. Did anyone get healed, or is it still just completely open?
Still, it looks exactly the same.
I lied. And this is the last time I'm touching you.
Okay, let's just all agree to stop messing with the weird, elder god tattoo, please.
Hold on, leave your shirt up.
Oh.
Desmond's gonna drink one of his potions, and he's just casting detect magic, no ritual or anything.
Oh yeah,
Detect good and evil.
1000% magic.
Okay. Does he still have that split in his aura?
Oh yeah. So that's even stronger now. Like you see a clear divide in his aura. Like he essentially is giving out the aura of like 2 people.
And the markings in his chest is like fiendish and something, right?
Well, you're detecting magic.
Oh, yeah.
So the markings on his chest are a hodgepodge of all the different types of magic.
Okay.
And Nell, you say you detect good and evil?
Yeah.
You detect fiend strong on the marking itself. And you detect both good and evil again.
It's still sitting in that moral gray ground of setting off both good and evil.
Yeah, you get a lot of magic coming from here now. And that split in your aura is a lot more apparent now. You're basically split down the middle. You have 2 auras in one.
Cool. That's
So he's got like double the aura of a normal person. How is he not able to access the weave?
He has double the aura, but he has no connection to the weave that he has access to.
okay. Well,
Very interesting.
if what he said is true, then that means that this power. He said that the what we considered gods created the demons and devils and everything like that. So you're seeing all these different types of magic. That's probably because it's just
Old.
yeah, old back when all of that magic was kind of more singular, I guess.
Hmm.
And let's see here. You're still nearby, Desmond.
Mm.
You got your book open.
Yep.
All right. He's going to just take your quill or whatever you're writing with, and he's just going to write something real quick, point it to you, and like kind of like gesture with his finger to his lip to say, shh.
Sequence.
Hmm.
Does want to like take a quick glance as he closes the book.
Nell's just helping up Thrain and making sure that he's okay after getting fucking catapulted across the room.
You're right. Everyone's like, "Damn." All right. Anyway.
Uh-huh. I'm gonna, hand on my chest and then,
Flies back more. Damn, that was a good one. That was a max heal, huh?
uh-huh.
If you didn't target anybody, so no one got it.
Oh,
He just flailing arms shooting out.
Shoot heels off in the air. like a turtle on his back. Hey, cuz I'm an asshole. Thrain, high or low?
I.
You also landed on a chair and broke it, and that chair is appraised at about 37 gold. Do what you want with that information.
I'm pretty sure that's more gold than we have combined.
I'm pretty sure too.
Glances at the gold at the back of the shields.
Where's your mom's house?
Let's head north.
Yeah,
Come on.
leave the key in the room. We're not coming back, right?
No.
They'll probably just bill the order.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are the order.
Yeah.
So quill wise.
Yeah.
He's getting gold.
One chair.
Go, go, go. Nell's just quickly making their way down the stairs in like a rushed, but I'm totally not running out of here because we did something bad way.
Actually, I'll return the key to the counter.
They're like, the room's yours for the night. It's already been paid for.
I live
Something
in the
came
area.
up.
We're gonna go see my family.
Our family's here, so.
You may want to just keep it in case you need to come back.
We're all
It'll be
set,
fine.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
So you're returning both keys?
Both keys?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll access the room. Go bye-bye.
Yep.
Okay. He takes both the keys and he hangs them up on a hook on the wall behind him.
And out we
Mhm.
go.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, I'm gonna go check to see if there's any $37 cold chairs that have been broken in this room. For some reason, that may happen. I don't know why.
It seems to happen a lot.
It's always the cup chair.
Let me go sit on my favorite chair.
Ah, my
Right
chair.
out of that room. My grandfather's heirloom chair.
Hmm.
It's been in our family for 300 years.
Well, shit.
uh,
But yet Nell's just walking on out and starting to head up towards her family home.
as we're following Nell, Roderick's going to make eye contact with Desmond and like point to his book and then like point to Thrain. Like,
I noticed this.
Roderick, give me a stealth roll.
not trying to keep Thrain from seeing. We're following Nell and she's leading us to her family's home. He just doesn't need her to see or them to see.
Okay. Well, if Thrain is actively looking, Thrain, go ahead and roll a perception roll. And if Nell is otherwise distracted by tour guiding through the
Wrong one.
city, then
It's the same modifier. If we're using that roller, let me roll again.
hey, you're good. You persuade Roderick to let you know. What if I said pretty please?
So yeah, Desmond will walk side by side with Thrain, grab his book, flip open to the page, open it real quick, like move the book like in his face, then close it.
He's like, what the fuck was that?
Sure. Yep.
He is not discreet.
We are good at this.
I got a fucking +1 in stealth.
Get disadvantage to stealth with the +1.
You gonna like share with the class what it says or nah?
I think John is already.
Okay.
Yeah, I sent it in.
I've seen the other one.
Yeah. So the note that you'll see, it says Zendraxis killed Nell's father.
So, as you're all walking through the city streets, you get past the crazy hustle and bustle of the church, and you make your way through the northern quadrant, and you start seeing like a lot of these newer houses on the right, and then behind them you start seeing like these smaller shacks that are like the servants' quarters, and you can all see like the remnants of an old mine off in the far north section of this area, and the streets in this area look like they used to be paved at one point or cobble, and they've since just been in disarray. So there's like ruts and potholes and like, you know, they filled with water, and there's puddles as you guys are walking through. And Roderick, as you're making your way through, you look down at this puddle, and you see your reflection looking back at you, and it's got that same kind of smug, like super confident look to it. And
How'd Darktail get in this game?
and you see it like wink at you, and that's where we'll end it for the night.
Great. Go from the campfire shadow stalking us to now the fucking wink at us and shit.
Thank you.
Kiss yet.
It's like, you handsome devil. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, and on that note, we can adjourn. the session. So thank you all for hanging out. Yeah, hope everyone had a good time tonight. I'm gonna have to plan something with a Dawn Crown, and I still need to figure out what we're doing with this mayonnaise. So maybe next
so many
session.
options.
But yeah, on that note, we'll call it quits here. Thank you all. Have a wonderful night. Bye.